Oh, after all that, good evening and welcome to the Bellows Falls Village Trustee regular meeting. It is Tuesday, July 19th, for those of you who thought it was
The
in
agenda has
June
been changed on.
2022, 2022,
website.
exactly. And it's 6 o'clock. We're down here in the Town Hall Lower Theater. I'd like to call the meeting to order. We need to approve the minutes for June 24, 2022.
Motion to approve the minutes of the June 24th, 2022 trustees meeting.
These say June 14th.
It should be the 14th.
So I'm sorry, could you amend your?
Oh, minutes to read the
Yes.
14th.
Thank you very much. A second, please.
Second.
Is there any discussion on the minutes?
There's just a, under other business on the final page.
Yeah.
Our manager is referred to as Pick.
Oh,
Pick Stadium. This is under other business.
we're very casual now in the office. So I guess yeah, we just
Leave
go
you
by
alone.
our names now, right?
Yeah, so
Pick.
Pick
Yeah, that's right.
Stadium, they have
Called
gone
worse.
out, so. Yeah, they fix that.
I think we still know who it is.
Yeah.
I get that. Pick up.
And then our agenda says June, but it should be July.
Yes.
And then, of course, yeah, and that could
We amended
change
it, we
onto the
put it on
website. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
We
Yes,
did. We updated it today.
a
Deb pointed it
favorite
out.
reporter of mine pointed it out.
She got an eagle eye, that one.
Yes, you do. Anything further on minutes? Okay. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? None. It carries. We're good. All right, next.
What about
Yes,
June 28th? We had a special meeting.
I'll do those at the next one. I was just gonna
Okay.
give you one.
yeah, that was a
Yeah.
quick deed, but
Yeah.
yes.
And I do have them. I'll post them.
Okay,
We'll do
thank
it
you.
for the
Scott.
next meeting. Yes.
Thank you for pointing that out.
It's just a special meeting for that single item.
Any additions to the agenda for routine administrative matters or pressing matters that'll require ratification? Is there anything else we need to add?
No, no.
Okay. Any public comment on items? No, I do. All right,
Oops, somebody's
Then
coming. You wanna get-
I hear that. I know who it is too.
Oh, never mind.
Sounds familiar, huh?
It's a familiar move.
Any last call, any public comment? Okay, hearing none. Manager's report, please.
Yes, so just to give the board an update, we have already started our audit. I know that we were late starting last year, so we asked our HR to start early, which they have. So they've already been in and have started working on some of their preliminary work on the audit. So we will more than meet our earlier deadline that we had discussed last year. So just want to give the board the heads up that they are in and working, and I do appreciate finance because they're closing year end, they're trying to close year end and also working with the auditor. So it's a little hectic, but they're getting the work done. So I appreciate that. I did meet with the interim manager at Westminster and go over a few items that are of interest to this board. The heads up that they are board, including our discussions about the District 5 payments. They're still not caught up, and going forward, how we want to address that. Some issues obviously that are impacting more out in the town, but are relating to the closure of their bridge and a few other items. So I will follow up with you. We're going to have a more in-depth meeting. It appears, at least for a period of time, Ally is going to be the person that's going to be at least there for that role. So I'll work through her.
I'm sorry, so that person is,
Ally, that used to work upstairs in the clerk's office?
yeah,
She's
she's
now
the
their
interim manager.
Yes.
Okay,
So we'll be working with her on a few of these things. And I'll have some updates for you. Not sure about August, but definitely by September on a couple of the items that the board was concerned with. The IUP, which is the intended use plan, which remember we have two large grants pending, one for the water department, and Brian's here because we're going to be talking about some water issues, as well as for sewer, still has not been published. So we had hoped, the last we spoke to some of the folks involved, they thought they would have it out by now. Still nothing. So we will let you know as soon as we know when those projects are approved, or if they're not approved, what we're considering for the next steps. At the September joint meeting, just a couple of things that might impact the board, just heads up. We're going to have VHB back. They were the engineers that were designing the depot replacement bridge. The issue that's really the most impactful immediately on the village is the Canal Street utilities aspect of that. We've been working on a signage plan, some outreach, some other types of things to try to hopefully minimize the impacts on businesses while this is going on. That's the first step of that entire replacement project. It's going to be fairly intensive, but we'll keep you in mind, as we go forward. But just as a heads up that they will be coming to that joint meeting, which I believe right now is the 27th, for follow-up and discussion. So if you do know people that are curious or want to come or want to participate, that would be the meeting. I would suggest that they come and try to participate. And then finally, at the annual meeting from the Downtown Development Alliance, BIFTA, they've updated our little Bellows Falls brochure. This was our old one. The new one has a QR code and some other sort of enhancements to it. It's a nice update, which is also, I think, a nice enhancement for our business community. And they have these things at the welcome centers. They have them on the I-91 and some of the other places up and down the highways, as well as obviously in our own welcome center here in town. So nice improvement. Just wanted to shout out to them and thank them for the good work, and looking forward to hopefully seeing some positive results.
All set?
All set.
Betsy, did you have anything else to say about BIFTA before we move on?
She is.
Thank you for the input. I just wanted to say thanks. And I'm sorry I didn't get to invite the trustees personally to our annual meeting, but thanks for being there, Deb.
Welcome. Okay, the first thing on our agenda this evening is to open the public hearing on Chapter 9, the rental housing inspection ordinance.
So since we last met, we did make some updates to the draft, so you'll see that it's now updated through 2022. Pretty much the rest of it, I think, is as you had reviewed previously. We are hopeful that if you approve this, the next step for us would be to reach out to the state to try to get an updated agreement with them in terms of an implementation. They've been slow moving on this process because they're hiring some new staff and doing some other things. So I don't know how quickly they'll be responsive, but we do want to start in September. So we're hopeful that they'll work with us and try to get something so that we're not working at cross purposes and that we're all aware of what each other is doing. So that this, from an implementation standpoint, it will go much more smoothly.
Well, this is an opportunity for public to speak on the rental housing inspection ordinance. And I don't know if anyone here wishes to speak on the ordinance itself. As we have already approved it, this is the opportunity for the public to do that. Do we have to post it after? What happens next? After we get, since no one's speaking up.
I will give it another 30 days for comment, and then I'll bring it back to you for final adoption, and then we'll.
And do we have to post it in the newspaper or any of those things? What's
It's
the
been
requirement?
noticed, so once it's been noticed, there's no requirement for us to put the full text into the public.
So perhaps it remains on our website for another.
Yes.
So people can get it.
Yep.
Trustee comments at this point? Since we have no public. Are there any on this?
I don't have anything.
There is an exhibit, isn't there,
Exhibit as in,
as to what gets inspected? I know we went over that in the previous meeting, but
We had it.
oh, right, there was a list in the back page is a checklist.
yeah,
Right,
it
And
says
we did get
section
that.
14 is the checklist.
Yep.
Yeah.
but
there
it's
is-
not here.
There's no copy of the checklist.
There's no copy here. Is it posted on the website that way? Scott? Do you
Yeah,
know?
we'll post that up on the
We
website.
should make sure the checklist's on there. That's one of the
Yep.
things that we thought, Chuck had a form and I know that the planning commission thought that it was an appropriate, place to put a form so that everyone could understand what they can expect to get inspected. That includes tenants as well as,
Right.
landowners.
And that was one of the things that we were hopeful that the state would come back to us and say, okay, that's great. We're both working off the same page.
But not yet. Yeah.
Not yet. So we're gonna go forward with it. And if we have to modify it, I'll bring it back to you.
Okay,
Yep.
that sounds good.
Yep.
So thank you for pointing that out.
Okay.
So it does need to be on the website too, so people can see that. So I think they might have comments on.
Correct.
All right, at this point, hearing no one from the public speaking, I would move to close the hearing. I don't know if we need a motion for that. I'm just gonna close the hearing. There's nothing going on, so. Okay, so the hearing is officially closed at 6:10 PM. And it moves on to 38 comments. So those who watch this, the Fact TV copy of this meeting will be able to understand you have 30 days to speak with comments on this inspection ordinance before it is final. All right, the next item now that we move on to the regular agenda, item number 2 is to review the Wakota landowners agreement with Connor Floyd. And I
Yes.
believe there's
Here.
Thanks for making the time to talk with me. I'm Floyd, I'm with the Wyndham County Sales Association, and I was here back in the spring providing a little bit of an update. Folks remember. Just, I suppose, an update from them is that we've been working on the trails, and we're kind of getting to that point where we're feeling good with the current state of the trails. We'll continue to do maintenance on there, but we're thinking about those next steps. And so what we have going on in our heads and what I'm kind of proposing today, and really just asking for questions, there's no asking for a signature or anything right now, is we'd really love to see a connector hiking biking trail between Oak Hill and Miners Pond, which would cross 2 private landowners parcels, which we're in conversation with, and both of them are agreeable to it. We don't have any signatures from them either yet, but they're aware that we're talking with them and they seem pretty on board. So what I believe I'd eventually be coming to ask all of you for is to amend our current landowner agreement to add that, I think it's 100 Pond Road or something, essentially the Miners Pond property to our landowner agreement, so that we could primarily do 2 things. One, we'd have to build a little bit of a trail on village property just to connect with, it'd be part of the connector. But then we would also want to kind of maintain and spruce up the trail that currently exists that circles the pond. And that's broad strokes what we're hoping to do. I'm here to ask, what questions you have now that I may be able to answer, or really it's like, what can I research? And when I do come with a formal request, I'd like to be prepared and have all your questions answered.
comments from the board.
But yeah, the trail that you're talking about connecting with that goes around Miners Pond. Is that part of your current trails? No.
No, I don't know if that's just a community path or if anyone takes ownership over that. But I do know there's some like dog waste station. So it's used by the community, but we currently don't steward those trails at all. We would essentially adopt those though.
So it's currently, I think, a walking or jogging trail for.
Right, a walking trail. And so what does that do to the trail when it gets turned into a biking trail? You got people walking their dogs on it, you're gonna have bicyclists on the trail too. Well, what's the impact?
Correct. I mean, essentially, my assumption would be it'd be similar to the Oak Hill trails, where it is, I think we kind of briefly touched upon, it's a little bit of that just being a good community member and bikes stepping off trails when they're coming up to folks and just, I haven't heard of any of those like really negative interactions. There is always the potential for that, right? But at least currently is how the Oak Hill trails are used.
Right.
We're not anticipating a big problem there.
Well, let me ask if I may, are there any implications being a water reservoir?
Well, watershed protection does provide some definitions of what is a passive or what is active recreation. So we'd have to take a hard look at, would a bike trail be more active than a walking or
Right.
semi? That's the only thing we'd have to do the research on.
And the
And
trail,
obviously couldn't be like ATVs or
Right.
anything motorized, that's for sure not gonna pass muster.
are there any posted things at all to indicate to bicyclists, to cyclists, how they need to be polite, responsibilities, that kind of thing?
No, we talked, yeah, no, last time I was here, I was talking about having, there's a nice trail sign that I've seen where it's the yield, it's like a yield triangle. And typically this is on trails where there are horses as well, and so everyone yields to horses and then bikes yield to everyone and walkers are kind of in the middle there. It is our intention to get some of those signs. Of course, we would have horses on ours, but just, we have yet to do that, but it's on our list of things to do is to get some of that signage to
Okay.
etiquette essentially.
Just, yeah, especially as you create or at least renovate the trail
Yeah.
that's already around, if that goes forward on Miners Pond. And the maximum width of the trail is what, 3 feet, what?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
It's on the
It's-
documents, it looked like.
Yeah, I
3.5.
I don't know off the top of my head. 3.5 sounds wide. It might even
3
be
feet.
less than
And
that.
it says, then it says you shoot for a footpath of 2 feet.
Yeah, it's somewhere, yeah, sorry, I'm not sure off the top of my head, but under 3 feet, I would say.
Okay,
So we wouldn't be like expanding or
right.
making it too wide.
So I know in the past you talked about when breaking new trail, or that would happen, I guess, with the landowners as you cross their property, about taking down trees.
Mhm.
So I also invited the town tree warden here as well, because I wanted to make sure that he was included in changes, because of course, I don't know exactly what it is, but I know there's a certain right of way that actually belongs to the town on other people's property. That would include the trees that you take down. You said, I remember, you said the trees you took down were no bigger than this, at the size of a baseball, or
Yeah,
smaller.
yeah, again, I'd have to check exactly in the agreement. We haven't been built, we haven't built new trails in the past year, so I'm not sure of
Right,
exactly
yeah.
when. Primarily, really what we're doing more is removing trees once they fall down across the trail. But when breaking new trail, we would be presumably having to take down some trees, but we really try to avoid that both because we don't want to take out trees and it's more work, right?
It's
Right,
more work,
it's, yeah. But if you, I can find, I can get clarification on
Yeah,
that for
just
you.
wanted to see what size of trees you were taking down.
Perfect.
When you
If I
break,
can
when you
speak
get
to
to
that.
break new trail. Oh, excuse me. Go
Uh,
ahead.
as a tree warden.
Oh, sorry, would you say your name for the minutes?
Oh, Cass Wright. Well, several hats. As you open this trail to the public, it becomes a right-of-way structure. So once that's done, I have to be involved in any tree that's taken down.
Okay,
I'm not really too concerned. My rule of thumb is if it isn't taller than me, unless I've actually planted it, if you just want to broaden or straighten the trail, and it's under, say, 7 feet. Beyond that, I have to be involved. I have to look at what you want to take down. And I can forecast that about 18 times out of 20, I'll look at it and say, yeah, sure. But just to keep all the i's dotted and the t's crossed, I need to be able to look at the tree that you want to take down.
okay. And so to clarify, there's no
There's no specific diameter?
there's like a tree, I have a sapling.
Oh, it's like
that's-
a, thumb, yeah.
Right.
By strict definition, I'm even in charge of arborvitae and rhododendron. I just really don't usually concern myself with that.
Okay.
Any further questions from, yep, go ahead,
You ready?
Yeah.
Ray.
So, I'm just, so it would connect from Oak Hill to eventually across other private property to Miners.
Correct.
Where was it starting on Oak?
Okay,
Explain to me where it is on Oak Hill, where you'd be leaving off and connect from.
So there's it's called the VYCC trail. It's the trail that the Vermont Youth Conservation Corps built. And so that kind of wraps around going from essentially the top of the ski hill and connects over to Griswold Drive.
Yeah,
And so that essentially, about halfway-ish through there, the Bellows Falls Village property kind of extends further back and goes behind the Griswold Drive development. I'm not sure if there's a,
Recircle.
Okay,
yeah,
So
recircle. So behind all those properties, the village property goes back.
Mhm.
And then there's Longview Forestry has a parcel
Yeah.
there. And then Dr. Walter Griffiths has a parcel as well. And so it kind of, the village property hits Longview, and Longview is next to Dr. Griffith's property. And then he kind of connects up to the village again at Miners Pond.
okay.
So you'd be wrapping the south end of Recircle with a trail and then coming up to Miners Pond.
Yeah, again, apologies that I don't have like more materials, because it really, it was a question finding expedition today, but I can follow up with, I'll take a picture of like a parcel map and just draw a really rough, like this is
Yeah.
where we're going. But essentially between Recircle and the highway.
And this is in process, you don't have any agreements with any of the landowners at this point.
Correct, exactly. We're just a bunch of conversations.
And you were asking us to change the contract we currently have here?
So ultimately, I think at a minimum, the very least would be updating the landowner agreement to add the Miners Pond property to it. So there'd be 2 parcels listed in that agreement.
Right. So we would add that additional address to this landowner agreement?
Exactly. There's an updated version if you have a preference as to keeping it as this or using the updated version. Frankly, it comes from the statewide organization, so I'm not sure of the exact nuances of those.
Right, well, that property is gonna have, the Miners Pond property is gonna have another parcel number.
Correct,
Right,
right, yes.
And you'd be only wanting that if the permission's granted by the other landowner?
Yeah, there's no way to, yeah.
Right,
if-
yeah.
If we don't get permission from them,
They
there.
wouldn't have 2 independent trails though.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Probably not. I think the appeal to us is to be able to have that longer network for bikers and hikers and joggers. To get a little more diversity in like what they're experiencing.
So you're gonna come back to us again when you.
I'm gonna keep on coming back, every few months. Yeah.
Okay,
Perfect. So I just want to make sure I'm,
not done yet.
oh, no,
Oh,
sorry about that,
great.
Wade, didn't cut you off.
Do you guys, when you're constructing these trails, do you have anything such as like jumps or any other features that you incorporate? Or is it just a simple bike trail?
currently we have a trail that they're called berms, which are like built up turns. And so we have one trail that has those built up turns. We have we'll kind of like move dirt. So on Andy Ware's property, which is private land, we have kind of like a little drop that goes off of a rock ledge and stuff. So we have really small things. I'm sure you've seen videos of like bike parks. We don't have anything like that. Yeah.
So would you be looking to do that on the village property? Or
Currently, no, we would ask. I don't want to say definitely not, because, as we build more diversity, that's definitely something that's appealing to bikers. And we can totally either, if that's a non-starter, we don't need to. Or if there's some nuance there as to like, this is okay or this isn't, I'm happy to have that conversation. The primary objective of this first trail, which will be, I think about 2 miles all told, which is a lot of work for volunteers to do by hand.
Right.
It's really just, we want to have the easiest possible trail to connect. So it's both accessible so that it's accessible to everyone. Right now, we want to make sure that like an advanced biker can get there, a beginner biker can get there, and a hiker can get there. So we want to have a pretty basic trail. And then we start thinking about like, okay, what's a little bit more fun, or adding some different elements there.
My last question is under the very last section of this agreement,
Mhm.
the liability.
Yes.
Do we currently get a certificate of insurance and anything that actually talks about this? Because, and again, I could be wrong when I say this, but I think section B on the liability doesn't apply to the municipality because we're not covered by that statute. That protection that's only provided to private landowners,
Mm-hmm.
I believe, if this is what I'm thinking.
Oh, I'll be honest, I'm not sure, but I can,
That's something worth checking into.
yeah.
Yeah, we don't get a certificate of insurance,
Yeah,
so.
because we should, only because that, if section B is what I'm thinking it is, and again, I could be wrong, but I don't think I am, but if I'm not, if I'm correct, then that statute doesn't provide protection to municipalities in the state of Vermont. It's only for private, where you would cross private properties.
Okay.
So if someone has an accident. on property-
Because we're operating under the assumption that it covers the town, the village.
Yeah, but it doesn't.
Okay.
If that's what I'm thinking it is, which I believe it
I don't think
is.
specifically does, right?
Well, what happens
Unless
now?
it's, unless the state has changed that statute in the last year and a half,
We'll have to research it a little bit.
that's
more.
something worth verifying.
Yeah, so the question, because I'm gonna bring this back to the folks at the central office, because they're the ones that handle the liability stuff, so essentially what you're getting at is what liability coverage is extended to the town as a municipality versus a
Right.
private landowner, correct?
Especially if we're not covered by that statute, we're protected by that statute.
Great,
And it's village property, right?
Yeah.
Right, village
So
property.
it's the village rather.
What
than
happens
the town.
now when someone walks a dog and has an accident? Up there, what happens then?
Potentially, it would be a problem.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, we'll see, a hunch might be that might be the response I get from Bemba, is
Right.
that,
And we don't promote the walking minor around Miners Pond, do we? We don't do anything to advertise, it's there, but
Yeah.
we don't promote it.
There's no active signage.
The
Right,
only thing I'm saying is if that's, if I'm correct in what I'm thinking,
Mhm.
which again, I may not be, but I think I am, then we would just need, I would think we would just want something in writing saying what section A covers.
I gotcha. Okay,
Name insured.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
When you get to that point, I know, I understand you
Yeah, we'll have time.
got some.
Well, this
figuring out.
covers the existing.
and so that's already in the existing
I know.
one from 2019.
So I'm
Yeah,
saying,
Well,
So
what about
we want to know
the real
that,
estate?
oh,
real quick.
Detail covers too, right?
oh,
Yeah.
like mosquito, we have insurance coverage on that, right?
Right.
We have to,
But that's a specific activity.
right,
Right.
okay, yeah, I know, extending to like passive activity.
Right.
We don't
Well,
have any.
Is there any of that, this trail that goes along Mosquito or that property? Because that's
Goes
village
near
property.
there, but-
it goes across. the-
Right, right, yeah.
Right.
So we're in the same precarious position to find an answer.
Yeah, if something happens.
Right.
Well, the understanding though was that we would be covered. We would be covered by insurance.
Well, that, yeah, I mean, we don't actually know.
But let's be sure, I mean, as we
Let's be sure,
continue
yeah.
to, as the trails
Way to make
continue to
sure.
expand,
Yeah.
we want to be okay. Yeah, so that's something to look into. Thank you. Anything further?
Oh, I got.
Boy, you made us nervous about that. What do you think? Just, if it's covering your butt.
It's worth finding out.
I think
No,
it's
no,
all doable, just
Yeah.
gotta make sure we're.
Oh, yeah, no, you wanna find out
Yeah.
before you need to actually find out.
Yeah.
So I just wanna make sure I've captured everything, so it sounds like, Scott, you're gonna look at that passive versus active activity.
Yep.
Okay, I wasn't really sure where I was gonna go looking for that.
No.
I'm gonna find some trail etiquette signs, thank you for bumping that up on my priority list. And then I'm also gonna come back with, just letting you know, at least in the current agreement, what that diameter is.
Oh, the trees,
Trees.
yeah. what you do, yeah.
And then I'll also look into that liability
And
coverage.
some form of a map so we can get a better visualization of
Yeah,
what you
sorry,
plan on doing.
I'll send along, I'm just gonna pull a parcel map and kind
Yeah.
of show you on that kind of, not GPS or anything like me drawing on it, but
Yeah,
I'm fairly familiar with the area. so
yes, we get an idea of the
Definitely.
coverage here. Okay, that sounds good. We all set? Looks
All
like
set.
it. Thank you for your time.
Yeah, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Moving on to the capital water plant, we have several items under here. The first of which is to the recent purchase of a digital controller.
Yep, so I wanted Brian to pop in, and Brian's here if you have any specific questions, because he's got all the answers. But I just wanted to make the board aware, there's a couple things that have happened. This controller, we had two of them, both of them failed in July, so we had to replace them. And the total replacement cost is gonna be, as you can see, $13,300. So you're gonna see that appearing on a accounts payable shortly
Near you, yeah.
near you.
Is that each or?
No,
That's
that's
for
total
both.
cost.
That's
Total.
everything.
Okay, so that, thank
Yeah,
you.
I haven't purchased them yet. I'm still waiting for their quote.
Right, because it does say
Solid.
July 2022, so they just
Right.
failed recently.
Yeah, this last week when I tried to calibrate.
Okay,
And so it was sort of a little bit of a warning sign. Every year we do an asset management plan with the engineers and with Brian, and we look at just the replacement. What's the useful life of the current equipment in the plant? What's the potential schedule for replacement? Things that we should start to think about in terms of larger projects. And I stuck in a copy of this at Brian's suggestion on this little handout called the pipeline, because the St. Johnsbury plant, which is getting a total reconstruction, uses a lot of the same technology and was built around the same time that our plant was built. And as you can see now, they're going through a full, basically a full replacement of the entire facility.
One in St. Johnsbury.
And we don't particularly think that we're at that point. We certainly don't want to scare you to think that we're going to have to replace the entire plant. But there are some things that are coming up on our useful life and replacement schedule that you need to be aware of. The biggest one is probably the Griswold Drive storage tank and pump station, which they're recommending in the next budget cycle to look for replacement. And that includes the SCADA system, the entire system there. And there's an estimated cost of that one of about $775,000. Now, that's not all going to be on ratepayers or on the tax rate. We'll look for rural development and other support for that, but just wanted to let you know, we're going to start that process. We'll probably have to do some engineering, get back to you well before the budget and discussion of water and sewer rates as to what we find, how we think we want to proceed, and then work with you to move those things forward. But it's a fairly large number, large enough to where we thought we should at least talk about it and make sure that, you know, you're aware that that's in the process. It's beyond useful life, and so they're recommending at this point, all the systems in there are either poor or failing based on the most recent asset management report. And I don't think there's any way that we can get by without it at this point.
The tank, no.
Right.
But I'm still waiting for a report from NAGGUN. Because they saw the video when we cleaned it last 2 years ago,
Mhm.
and they still may be able to do it without replacing the tank. I'm still waiting for the report.
Okay. Which would drive that $775,000 down
Does that,
considerably.
that estimate that you're talking about, that includes everything on Griswold Drive?
Yeah, well, the tank itself.
The tank and the pump station and all or
The,
is that just the tank?
I think that's just the tank. The
Tank here?
pump stations aren't that,
aren't that old anyway?
No,
yeah, they were redone.
Oh, so you're
I
talking
think
just
just
the tank.
before I started back in 2003, about the
Okay.
time they did the north end tank.
So they're about 20 years old.
The tank is different than the water tower. No, the same thing.
What's that?
Is the tank the same as the water tower?
Yes,
You're
Okay.
talking about the one on Place Drive?
yes,
Okay,
How old is that?
30-something years ago.
Yeah.
yeah, that's why he said about the 90s, about the same as,
I think it was the eighties.
Yeah, so yeah, that tank was there.
I was a kid when
It's
it was
on
built.
Yeah. the
so
one.
it's more like 40 years old.
and really the concern here is, you know, we do have some, you know, we're in an advantageous position within the fund, so we obviously have some money. We prefer obviously not to spend our money if we don't have to and try to get as much grant funding as possible. But even the USDA grants are only probably 75%. It would be the max, so you're still looking at a fairly substantial amount of investment for us to do that. We just want to bring that to your attention. The
How
next
many
two,
tanks do we have?
In the village? 4, okay,
4. And this is the oldest.
Yeah,
okay.
In terms
and you know, the biggest concern is our treatment capability, our system now is being replaced by, again, on this pipeline handout. You know, there's these new processes involved with ultrafiltration membranes and looking at screening for different concentrations of chemicals and PFOAs and PFAS and all these new lovely forever chemicals that we keep getting bulletins and concerns about right now, knock on wood, and Brian can tell you more about it, but we test very well for those types of contaminants.
Yes, we've
So,
done 2 PFAS tests and we were non-detect on both of them.
right.
They didn't detect it.
But those are the chemicals that are driving a tremendous amount of this reinvestment in water
Yeah.
systems.
Well, it does say this is the one in St. Johnsbury will be the first one in the state
Right.
with the ultrafiltration membrane.
Are they, do they have a reservoir? Is that how they?
Yes,
Yeah.
it's St. John, yes, yeah. And that plant was actually 4 years newer than ours.
Yeah, we're 88,
Oh.
I think.
Yeah,
Right.
well, they opened the end 89, first of
Okay.
90.
All right.
And you look above that, Bradlow's, theirs was 89 and they're building a new one too.
Mhm. So we're all in the sort of same pool, yeah.
Right. You're approaching a life cycle issue. And right now, you know, our water quality is very strong. I mean, we had the problem last summer with manganese, and Brian's been monitoring. We have not had to do any treatment. And so far, those numbers look good too.
Yeah, the colors look great. I mean, I remember what last year was like, yeah,
People were not happy. And
it was brown for weeks.
so far, we've really not had any issues at all.
Yeah.
So,
Bradley had a real bad issue. And you can add potassium permanganate to the water, but you have to have a certain amount of contact time. That chemical's in the water before it hits your filters.
Mhm.
So I think we would probably have enough if we ever had to go at it, because our intake so far, it goes all the way back down the hill and then comes back up to the pump station, and then back up to the plant, so we'd have plenty of contact time. Bradbro had put 1,200 feet of pipe in,
Oh, to make it work.
yeah, just to get their contact time for their
Right.
potassium permanganate.
We sent,
No, we have the capability of adding the potassium permanganate, we never have. Actually, there's a 5-gallon jug of it we found in the closet,
Just didn't get used.
we've never used it.
right. So we're keeping an eye on this. We'll get an update to this. We do it annually, so we'll get a sense of where we stand, you know, at the end of the 22 budget cycle.
Mhm.
As we get into 23, I think Griswold Drive is probably the biggest issue that's out there for us in terms of capital. And we'll keep you in the loop as we go forward with this. The issues of replacing things like these controllers and different things, that's just a function of age.
Yeah.
You know, things just literally just crapped out.
are these originals?
What's that?
The ones that?
No, they're about 10 years old. and
Yeah.
It's just, you say that's their,
That's the
That'd be
standard.
useful life for some of this
yeah,
stuff.
well, my plan was to replace my 2 chlorine monitors in this budget, which I bought, we haven't installed them yet, and then do those next budget, but they didn't.
Didn't make it.
Didn't last.
Are all the grants and the funding, is that all always same calendar year, or is some of this?
Well, the USDA, I think, is pretty much a continuous cycle. The ones that we've been waiting on, the intended use plan ones, are past, you know, funding cycles. I'm not sure what happens there or why that's so delayed. We've usually heard by now. And we're in the next, you know, we're into the next round of, you know, application. So we'll go forward with an application and start the process on Griswold Drive, just so that we can get it in, see where we stand before we come and start talking, you know, seriously about money and numbers and rates. But just want to give you a heads up to that, because those do all of those things potentially have impacts. So we just want to make you guys aware. And you won't be shocked if I come back to you sometime in the late fall and say, okay, here's our numbers, here's what we have to do, here's, you know, here's where we stand with a grant or whatever else, and this is the gap. So
And ARPA would or would not apply?
I would try, I'm gonna push it through to go through ARPA to try, because there will be another round
Yeah.
of state ARPA money, so we will put it through. But I think I'm also gonna put it through USDA as well. And see which hits, which one comes up. So
So I was just wondering, did we, I'm looking through, since we just got the financials, whether or not we anticipated this kind of expense for this year. And we have to spend it, of course, but whether or not in our budget, we anticipated any buffers there for things like
Well, when
that.
we talked about it, when Brian was working on his budget submission before I brought it to the board, he did mention that he was looking at what the options might be based on the cleaning and what they found. So he wasn't 100% convinced we have to do the full replacement.
Right.
So, and we're still not convinced that we have to do the full replacement. So
Okay.
we think we have enough resources. We have a healthy surplus and we do have grants available. So it's not like I'm going to be asking you to raise a tremendous amount of additional funds to pay for this, but it's going to be a reasonably expensive project no matter what we do. So
And we don't have, we have paperwork for the closing fiscal year, right? And this is the new fiscal year, but doesn't include water. and sewer.
well, the things that I ran for you, the budget status report.
Right.
Is still closing out.
I know you're not
July
done.
19th, right. It's still closing out last year.
Mhm.
So, and we're not done with all the allocations. And there's a couple things I have with the board. Jake's had some questions.
Wait,
Weren't you asking if this was anticipated,
yes,
not the tank?
no,
This was
not the tank, just this,
Brian just said it.
Yeah.
it was not
not
anticipated.
That's what I was thinking. That was your question, all
And
right?
my thinking is, because if the useful life is within a 10-year range, we should consider that as just like any other, like you gotta replace a vehicle, you gotta replace these
Right.
parts. These are parts that are gonna run out every decade.
Well,
If you get more use out of them,
Did you,
all the better.
You're right.
the chlorine monitors, did you buy those before July 1st?
No, I got them in this, it was budgeted for this year.
They'll be purchased.
Yes, yeah, I don't even have the bill yet. I haven't seen the bill yet.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, so they'll hit in the current 23
Right,
going forward.
the new year.
And
And
so
I
it
had
is
those budgeted.
the
Oh, okay.
13,000.
I had the chlorine monitors
Right.
budgeted. And we have to get a new compressor.
Yeah.
Our compressors are really bad. So that's in the budget.
So we'll do some work, like I said, on the Griswold
Yeah.
Drive, come back to you sometime in the fall with some options and
Mhm.
well in advance of any conversation we have about rates and budget, just so that you have a sense of where we stand.
Okay.
So. Anything else, Brian, you can think of? Wanted to update the board on? Operationally, I think otherwise, things are smooth,
Yeah. Pretty well.
all things being equal, can't complain.
So our next,
Well,
Okay.
the one question on the financials, I don't know if Brian has, was that in that preliminary report, I think our revenues for this year, the main, user
Yeah.
revenues.
Yeah.
Were like 95% of budget. And I was curious as to, was that a result of people not using water or
Wet summer last year. It wasn't the wet,
a wet summer, so the consumption was,
it was down,
It's
the
down.
irrigation, but, schools, that was down. And
No. Last summer was a lot wetter than this one's shaping up today.
Mhm.
okay. That,
Anything else? No? All right, good. Then we, thank you, Brian. And we move on to
Thank you,
the
Brian.
discussion about preliminary rate.
Right, so at our last, remember with our last review, we decided to hold rates and we did not make any kind of recommendation, cost of living or based on the RCAP study, they had recommended cost of living for each of the budget cycles. We still have a fairly healthy surplus. We're going to take a hard look at this particular project and see what type of impact it might have depending upon the scope. If Brian can limit the scope and we can get outside funding, I don't think it'll have a significant impact on our rates, and we'll probably come back to you with either a CPI or below kind of number, because he is seeing some increase in things like chemicals, just all the things that everybody's
Right.
experiencing. He's experiencing those at the plant. I know some of his prices have almost doubled on some of his chemicals. So far, we haven't experienced the shortages, thank goodness. He's been able to get what he needs for treatment and for what he needs for the plant operations, but there have been some inflationary price pressure on some of his just basic operating costs. So we're gonna have to take a harder look at that, you know. I don't know what our impacts are gonna be through the winter. I think we're all a little anxious about that. And then we'll see where we end up netting out when I come back to you in the spring with a recommendation.
So any rate increase would be what, for September? Is that the time?
At this point, we're not proposing anything for September. I think he's still in good shape. He's meeting his revenue targets. His real overhead and expenditures have not spiked to the point where we're gonna be dipping into significant reserves or putting ourselves at a disadvantage. I think the earliest we'd be looking at something is spring. And we'll have more than enough time before then to go through all the parameters, make sure the board's comfortable, and make sure that we can arrive at a number that everybody thinks is reasonable.
I think that'll make our ratepayers happy for a while. That increase.
I just think all we can do is explain this is what's happening, right? I don't think it's anybody's fault necessarily. It's just people are aware, they understand the cost of everything, things are increasing and we're experiencing the same pressure. So we're trying to keep it to the reasonable level. I don't think we want to make it so that it becomes burdensome on people.
Mhm.
And, capital is expensive, you know, maintaining these systems are not cheap, so. That's the other piece that we just want to make sure the public's aware and we're doing all the things we can do to get as many outside sources of funds as we can before we go to the ratepayers and ask them for money. So we're doing the due diligence. I think that's a good message sometimes to just let people know. And we'll keep them in the loop as we go forward.
And the hard part is getting things. So.
Yeah.
Pretty much once our budget looked like it was gonna be approved, we ordered the compressors back in end of April. We're gonna get them September.
Wow.
And when Scott came to you people back in December, 1st of January, because we had a computer crash. Well, we're still waiting. We got one of them installed. We're still waiting for the other one to get installed. And that's, so you haven't seen that price yet. That's 29. And if I'd have known it had been that late, it's gonna be this late, I would have budgeted.
Okay, was it budgeted in the last?
No, it was a non-budget. item.
Non-budgeted item,
It just
so it's gonna
crashed
hit
on
us
us.
this time.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, the supply chain has not been, still not great.
No,
It's not normal, put it that way.
yeah, right.
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
29,000.
Wait, I think I got a quarter and 4 pennies.
2 computers and all the programs. The
Wow.
programs is what held it up.
Very specialized.
Then we probably would have the second one in, but our installer, our controls guy. Claremont put 9 feet of water in the side of their sewer plant where all the electronics was. So he had to spend a week and a half there, just trying to get them up and running again.
We don't have anything like that to report.
Some of them I hear.
Better get those flood things installed.
Oh, God. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, that's
Jeez.
right.
What a mess.
Okay, then that would move us on to discussion of the RFP for potential solar array.
So I included in your packet just for informational purposes, because this has been a pet ask of Deb specifically. What can we do? Is there more opportunities for us to look at locations where we might be able to take advantage of solar and try to offset some of the costs of operating our facilities? So this was something that caught my eye based on, you know, I keep an eye out for what other places are doing and try to figure out other things. So as you can see, this one is for just Milton, Vermont, and they're just looking to do a reasonably, it's not a huge array at their landfill site, which will, and also at their wastewater treatment facility, so that they'll be able to then offset some of the cost. I don't know how much room Brian necessarily has for an array at the water plant, because there just isn't that much open.
We had a spot years ago, back when
Right.
Kathy Bergman was village president.
Mhm.
They were really gung ho on it. And
Sure she was.
they were gonna take the trees down, just as you're coming up by the water tank where it goes up in there, they're just gonna,
To the right or to the left? You're going
Right.
to the
To the
right.
right.
Yeah.
right as you're coming up the driveway.
Okay,
They were gonna take all those trees.
so
and put
log
up-
that and then try to make that an open area for,
Yeah,
So my question is, I thought because both plants are flat, both water and wastewater, that solar could be mounted there and save land
On the roof,
on the roof.
rooftop.
Yep, and my concern about that, of course, is because I find the use of appropriate land that, you know, growing trees and so on and so forth, and doing other good earthly things, would not be the best use for property.
right, these are ground arrays, the ones on this. one.
Yeah, these are ground arrays, but we have a flat roof water plant, we have a flat roof wastewater treatment plant. It makes sense to me to utilize the available space above ground, instead of designating.
Yeah, the only thing I'd have to do, and I'll have to bring in an engineer, because much like in this building where we have stress on the trusses. and
Right, this is
some
a different
problems.
building altogether, right?
Yeah, I'd have to have somebody just take a look at that and say, what load can it carry? Is it
And-
reasonable?
The wastewater treatment plant had someone do that inspection before, years ago.
How long ago?
I don't know, maybe, well,
have
less than
any-
10, definitely less than
less
10
than
years.
10.
But maybe 5 years ago, there was someone down there looking at that, and I don't know what came of it, what report, I didn't see a produced report, but it never went anywhere.
I can't find one if there is one. I don't know where it is.
Might have just been, it might be something that's down at the plant, just some preliminary paper, but nothing, not a report.
Okay.
But the question that I've raised a couple of times is, back like the first year I was on this board, probably 5 years ago.
Hmm.
We agreed to join 2 solar projects,
Which we have, right.
okay?
Uh,
Over my objection, of course, that's.
But there they are, yeah.
And so we committed the sewer treatment plant, the water plant, electrical use to those fields, 2 different agreements.
Right.
And if we're committed under those agreements
Right.
to run our electrical use through their fields, how can we, and we could invest in solar arrays and sell the power, I suppose, but we can't really use it for our purposes.
That's my recollection. There was some governance of what would be allowed to do as far as generating the.
Yes, but this is,
We
this
have
is
the
just
right
to,
to- we have
just
the
for our
right to-
plant.
Huh?
It's just, my intention was that the solar arrays were to cover the electrical use or power use, basically, because you've got the wastewater treatment plant uses a lot of
But we
propane and
committed
electricity.
that. We committed.
But no,
that.
we haven't. We committed our total amount of electricity used by the entire village, which includes our water, our public service, our water and sewer. That doesn't mean, and we looked at this some months ago, maybe over a year ago, about the utilization of changing what we portion to those solar fields passively, as opposed to actively replacing that utility. I like the electrical use instead.
Well,
We would sit-
I think we put a
Before we
certain
get-
amount of.
Before we hire,
Yeah.
you know.
I'll re-review those
engineers.
agreements, because I think there is capacity not covered by those 2 agreements.
Okay, but
But
it
I'll
seemed to me
double check
like
that.
from the village standpoint, because
Right.
we don't own this pig. But it seems to me that the key thing, the biggest user was the sewer plant.
It is.
Yeah.
It's the,
I mean,
it's
that's
the
the-
largest consumer of oil and propane, or just propane and electricity.
And granted, we do
In the
have
village.
we have
The dryer has changed.
And the
that
dryers increase the
Oh,
amount.
I know, yeah.
utilization. So that's where I think we do have some potential.
And I don't think that if we disallocated ourselves from one of those plants, because it's gonna take, well, listen, it's gonna probably take another 2 years before we even get that far.
Right.
But the whole point of the state of Vermont is to move forward, and get off fossil fuels. What are we doing? If we're gonna sit in this
Remember.
agreement, there's also a clause in there to get out of the agreement. So I think we need to move those steps forward. I'm tired of talking about sticking to fossil fuels when we need to get out of them. And the state of Vermont wants us
That's
out.
not, I'm not talking about sticking fossil
I know.
fuels. I'm very interested in the use of solar.
Right?
But if we've already spent our solar, okay, we need to know that.
But we've
In
been,
terms-
how long has it been? We've been with it at least 5 years, as long as you've been on the
Yeah,
board
but
longer.
we entered into the agreement when they were going into construction. So I don't
Right.
think we've actually started much more than 3 years ago.
Okay, so 3 years worth
Out
of
of a
paying down.
20-year commitment. And I know we had an option at the end of the 20 years to buy these solar
Right,
arrays.
and I thought when recollection and memory though, also, because you're going with the governance of how much can we do it. There's certainly, we're able to do it. Question is, do we have to collaborate with the existing solar agreement? But wasn't there some play in there with the Guilford agreement too?
We
Oh,
have
the
two separate
location of-
providers. We have
Right.
two
Of those
separate
solar
agreements.
fields, where
Right.
they are.
Two separate,
Right.
yeah, one's down in Guilford or something.
I mean, you certainly can do something. My impression was, and my recollection was, with these facilities. But you'd have to work with that current solar agreement of what the both of us could come up with.
Towns involved too, right? We all
Yes.
took our own part of it.
Was the town involved?
Yes.
Yeah, so they came to both of us and we finally worked something out. But there are clauses in there to get out of something. It's just best when we have an attorney
But I
for it.
think, we need to
Well, we'll do some of the
research that.
legal work, and I don't know if it makes any sense at all, and I'll have to ask Brian about this, if there's any excess capacity to running the, we're talking about replacement of the current tank on Griswold Drive. Would it make any sense to have a potential small array as part of that tank? That would just run
There's
that?
no power up there.
So how do you
Is
power
that a
it
gravity
down?
feed?
We don't.
So-
We
It's
we
just a
don't have
holding
any
tank.
power at the tank itself. Our first telemetry is Pierce, there's a telephone
Okay.
pole, a manhole. That's where we get the tank level from right
From
there.
So
there.
the skate and everything runs off of that?
Yes, we looked at running the power up there. And it was like 12 grand, I believe, and that was back when Ray looked into it.
So you pump the water up into it,
Yes.
but everything's gravity.
I mean, and there's still, that in addition to a solar array on a building is also the ability to use solar just for the individual items, like using a light,
But
So
like I
there's no reason
said,
we can't do that, but yes, it
Told
needs to be
you.
looked at, we
Told
did
you.
look at it, and nothing definitive came out of it, we just stopped talking about it.
but you remember.
The contracts are
I voted
kind of a
against
horror show,
What's
so I
that?
have to
I
do a little
voted
bit of
against
work.
us
I
doing
can
it
tell you
because
that.
I wanted to keep it for our own.
Our own, but
Yeah.
the whole point was, we'll get a savings, I just don't think it's that significant,
No, it's not.
but here we
Anyway.
are,
You were anxious to be
off the grid.
off the grid, that type of thing, but I'm just saying that
Yeah,
The goal for the state is 2050, I think that's what it is, but the reality is we're gonna get there sooner, that's what the indications have been. Going on the planning commission, that's what they told us. But unless the town and the village make motions themselves, significant ones, to get off of fossil fuels, electricity, so on and so forth, whatever it's running off of, and yeah, I get hydroelectric power, there's that. The reality is your individual homeowners, which also need to do the same thing, won't. Why would they invest? Their investments would be more significant, I believe, and you'd have more of them, from new home builders, renovators, so on and so forth, if we made that statement, and we don't. Not to mention the savings we would have and into the future for our future generations. So I know I keep getting up on the soapbox about it, but nobody wants to move, just seems not to want to move forward. I
well,
do.
part of that,
And
David,
the-
is what's the,
my understanding is that there's very little, if any, incentive by the
Yeah.
state to encourage homeowners or other.
There is some, but
But it's
usually
very
you gotta
limited.
spend it first, then they reimburse you. I mean, you probably know more about some of those programs than I, but,
I mean, you gotta take a look at the Wyndham County outside of Bellows Falls or Rockingham outside of, if I remember correctly. Per capita income outside of Athens, with the second lowest income in the county. And, you know, whether or not there'd be the means financially for homeowners to do this
Uh-huh.
is the big, I mean, we're basically in a recession or going into,
Uh-huh.
we're looking at triple heating costs for the winter. And then we had a manager here many years ago from Parker Hill, who, if I remember correctly, was off the grid, and it worked fine when you had sun, but when you had a cloudy day or a cloudy week, you were in some trouble.
Mhm.
So,
Well, the larger the array, the better storage. I think that's
Right.
also
I
that
mean,
too.
I'm not fencing with you, but what I'm saying is I listen to BPR a lot, and I hear about, you know, green this and green that. I don't know if it's all realistic, because, you know, you got people with gas furnaces, you got people with the oil furnaces. You know, then I heard something about wood and pellets. What are you gonna do to replace that? To replace the heating system in a single family dwelling, let alone a multifamily?
Okay, so if we get away from the residential, talking about
Right.
public property. So we stick to, I mean, where we are, which is trying to move this forward.
I think it makes sense to at least find out what our current contracts and agreements say
Yeah.
and see
And
Absolutely.
what we
moving
can get at.
from that, looking into the future, what leeway do we have? You know,
Absolutely.
what options do
Yeah.
they give us?
Yeah.
And if we're stuck for 20 years with the rest of 20 years, then we project it into, well, I don't know, I could be dead by then. But the reality is I have grandchildren and great grandchildren who are gonna have to live in this community, and I
Yeah.
don't think we're gonna have those resources. We have to find an alternative. Anyway, I guess we dragged that
Next time.
into the mud long enough. Okay,
We'll do some work and come back to you. I think that's how that's gonna be.
and we'll see, and we'll see if I can keep it on the radar, right?
Yes.
I mean, I remember someone who didn't want this, anything to do with the sludge dryer either, by the way.
I was always very.
Not
very
initially, you
interested.
hated the cost and you hated us continuing to pay for it, and then you got on board.
I was one of them.
Yeah, we'll go back to some other
Most-
meetings, okay, about that. All right, we shall move on to number 4, which is the application.
Looking ahead now.
Look-
Looking
yes.
back.
Application.
I wanted to bring this to the board's attention. This is a request, and we don't really have any reason not to grant it, but it does sometimes cause some consternation from people when folks are on the sidewalk and offering literature, that type of thing. This is one of the practices that had been suspended during COVID and was actually sort of, not missed. Well, these folks are back and they'd like to bring their cart and do their, on the public sidewalk, be able to, offer people that are interested some of their literature as they would pass by.
I have some things to say about it, but I'd like to hear from the board first.
Does the town have, is this strictly village, I mean, or is it town as well? Yeah.
Town property,
It's a little bit, you could make an argument, right, but the regulatory portion of this is because it's on the sidewalk and the question's gonna be the pet, you know what I mean? There's a sort of vendor, even though they're not selling. That's really what they're really soliciting.
I'll go ahead and say it, because I'll do it right from the hip too. I look at it and I see the address is Walpole. Why not do it in Walpole?
Well, that was one of my questions. Are they doing?
Then I
it
look at
all?
another instance when we have this, and I'm not knocking them, but you have this veterans group come up and do the coin drop up by the fire station.
Mhm.
Where does it, and they're not from this area that I'm aware of.
They're from Keene.
Right, so
Oh,
where,
yeah.
where does this community benefit
Right.
from their win withal at a coin drop in Rockingham, Vermont, or Bellows, Vermont? Well, I mean,
Yeah,
and I asked one of the people that, and there was no benefit to hear that I'm aware of.
well, it's a veterans program.
Right, I understand that, but I mean,
Yeah.
I hear you. It's
With
not,
our
it's not
Legion, I mean.
localized to this community. It's a
Sure.
larger outreach than just our community.
well, when I specifically asked one person,
Right.
what does this do in Vermont? And they said it doesn't.
But could there be ordinances on something like that?
We have chapter 5, sidewalks and streets and sidewalks. Technically, Scott is the administrator for these licensings, and he gets to do them. He gave us a courtesy by bringing it to us because it's basically
Oh, yeah.
his purview.
Well, because we relinquished it years ago.
Yes.
But I'd
Yeah.
rather see, in that case, are, post 37 up there benefiting from a coin drop in an organization when I asked.
Right. And I do think they do collect, I believe, during the old home days, if I'm not
Mhm.
mistaken.
Yeah, I think so.
Right, they do it near the firehouse, they ask, and they do a
Yeah.
big drive. So,
My understanding is that if you try to do something like that on Route 12, they're a lot stricter.
Yeah,
So again, I'm not for helping people out, but we take care of our own and then we branch out.
anyone else?
So is this subject, is this taking place in Walpole, do you know?
they do this all over the area, so it's not just us, or not just, they'll do these in multiple locations. So I think what they do is they just rotate.
You saw the picture, right? So,
Is it Bible?
It's religious based, yes.
with
It's,
the
they
Jehovah's
call it
Witness.
Bible-based literature. I don't know what that means. But,
Look, based upon the picture, there looks like people who are already
Maybe
hanging
all the
around our
people in
village now.
Walpole have been saved.
Yeah.
And they're trying to reach the people here. in
Yes, the
Rodney.
heathens in Bellows Falls, I get it. Here's my comments. My comments are, there are no hours defined,
they're not.
none at all. So you don't know how long they're gonna be there, what hours they'll be there, and no
Sundays
day,
only.
and no days, I don't know, and no days certain. And my biggest concern is where they're gonna be. In front of the town hall, by the kiosk,
They stand by the kiosk.
and that's on the bump out. The bump out, according to the MUTCD, is connected to the crosswalk. It's part of the crosswalk.
Right.
So they're in the ordinance on chapter 5, article. We know we did my work on this. Article 3 on vendors. It talks about not impeding traffic, pedestrian traffic or vehicular traffic, but pedestrian traffic in particular.
Right.
So that can be a crowded section right there. And you're gonna have 1 or 2 people there with that cart. Basically blocking part of the bump out, which is part of the crosswalk. So I'm concerned about that, not to mention it's going on for what says you can authorize the license up to 6 months. I'm thinking, wow, okay. And this says through October, so, November.
April to November.
Oh,
April to
Debbie,
November. They say a
let's-
few days a week, but they don't specify.
Let's try and work with it. Maybe we could suggest an alternative spot, maybe like the Waypoint Center.
Yeah, well, I actually, and by the way, I did talk to the town select board chair, because it's in front of town property, and technically the kiosk is also town property.
Hmm.
So I asked him what he thought about it, and he thought it would be great, and I agree, if they would move down the street, there are other benches, say in front of the Centennial Park, which would be perfectly acceptable, because there's no cluster there, and in front of the town hall, the people doing business, right next door is the bank, there's a lot of traffic on that crosswalk.
Right, but
That's my concern.
no, I hear you.
Yeah.
But there's fewer people at the other location.
Well, that's not my fault.
I know.
I'm trying to avoid the pedestrian concern with the crosswalk right there.
Yeah,
It's
I
a
think-
very busy crosswalk.
mean, constitutionally, they have the right to, set up, but they don't have the right to be impeding
Right.
the
Pedestrians,
sidewalk.
right.
And I think that in front of town hall is not the place to be
Yeah.
doing it. I think that we can, honor the agreement, but we need to have defined parameters. which would be-
Relocation.
And
Yeah, a location. I think
Yeah.
a park is the perfect place. That's a terrible place for anybody to set up, regardless of what you're, I mean, it's a good place for catching.
Oh, yes.
People, but
Yes,
when I come to pay my water bill, I want to pay my water bill and I want to get back to work.
right.
Uh,
A lot of people will try to avoidance, and that can mean they won't come to the town hall if they need to, they won't go to the bank if they need to. I mean, there are a lot of people who don't want to stand in front of the polling place. How many people don't want to talk to
We
you
kind
when they
of
want to
took
vote?
away their standing and location, because when we put in the absentee ballot
Uh-huh,
deposit,
that box there, yeah.
we moved the recycling and the other container away from our building.
Yeah,
So it's really,
on the bump out.
it probably makes more sense to have them stand closer to the recycling, off the sidewalk and away from that bump out. If we're gonna authorize it at that
I
location.
think it's good to regulate
Which is where you
a
park.
spot,
right?
Yeah,
because
There's
it's
plenty
within
of
jurisdiction.
Yeah.
But also, I remember some years ago, we had along a different caliber dispute with a hot dog vendor.
Hmm.
And what's to stop this being religious, so to speak, from say, for example, Sisters of Satan coming, we want that spot too, half the time. Well, that's how the hot dog cart thing works.
Yes, you're opening the door. I
Well, I'm
get
just
that.
saying, you gotta think of that, because you can't say yes to one, then say no to another
Right.
without having a
Yeah,
problem.
that's what I was thinking.
Didn't this concern come up when we had banner issues about what kind of banners would be applicable in the square?
Mhm.
Yeah, and when you open it up to one, based upon ACLU and other, federal laws, you can't deny another.
Right.
So those are concerns. And I get
Constitutionally
that.
protected speech is.
Yes.
Is a wonderful way to get sued and spend lots of money on lawyers who would like nothing more than to sue you for those types of activities.
But I mean, my understanding is, if I'm not mistaken, these people are already in our community and are, hanging out at different places is allowed, but I'm not saying they're loitering per se, but they want to make it more formalized. That's what this is. I'm just concerned about like the clustering area and an impediment.
I would agree with the concerns about the bump out and that congested area. And I think if they're going to be anywhere near the town hall, then they've got to be over closer to where we had put the absentee balloting off the side, sort of on the side of the building. So they're not in the flow of traffic. And then if they want to have their literature on the side of the building and stand in front as people walk by, that's probably about as unobtrusive as you can get for that location.
Again, we have no action to take. We are
Right.
being given the courtesy to speak on this issue and give our opinions, but it's up to the manager to approve.
And can it be
License.
conditional? I mean, could you have a conditional that this is where we like it set up?
Yes,
We want to make sure you're not impeding or.
right, because there's a
Yeah.
bench there, there's garbage cans, there's a recycling thing there is pedestrian movements that go back and forth. People do go to the information kiosk and look at stuff that's there and post stuff, so.
So you could limit the location and the duration and then see how it goes.
Hopefully, we'll go from there.
May the Lord guide you.
And with that, we move on to item 5, public safety staffing update.
So, just wanted to keep you in the loop on a couple things, because I know earlier this summer, there was a concern about just general staffing and public safety, especially in the warmer weather months where we tend to have, more people out and about doing more things, as opposed to our colder weather months. We have another part-time officer. I did swear in an officer on Friday, Lad Wilbur. He has had experience in Vermont. He had relocated down south. He's relocating back to Vermont. So we're in the process of he won't have to go to the academy. He's got all the certifications. He's basically, all I gotta do is slap a uniform on him, update a couple of his trainings and stick him in a car. So that's the good
Part-time,
news.
yeah.
And he's a part-timer for now. We're gonna see how that goes. It might be somebody ultimately, if he decides to come back and work full-time, that we might be able to do something. We are interviewing dispatchers this week. We do have some candidates. Renee is leaving in September.
Oh.
She's relocating down south, so we wish her well. And she's been a great asset to the community, and she'll be difficult to replace. So we do have an interview scheduled this week, and I'll keep you in the loop as we go forward on that one as well.
Okay. Dispatchers. All right. So my concern was response from several citizens about the 40 or more minute response time when called about things, especially the things that happen at night from BF police. Also, some town people included things like stuff going on in the square, speeding is not being enforced, excessive tractor trailer through traffic, and disregard, of course, the parking limit. The 2-hour parking limit is a concern, including residents who park long-term, like people who live on Canal Street and park there all day, even though it's 2 hours. So those are kinds of community policing issues that are driving complaints. And I got a bunch of them last week, and then I got one yesterday about problems. So those are things that I would like to see addressed with staffing. And I knew I had a schedule from 2021 about, hours and things like that, and officers on and off. So I wanted to know how that's being addressed. The chief is not here, but I know I passed these things along to him,
Right.
and I have had no response. So I'm asking you to see what can be done about this concern. Response time is a big deal. When there's an intruder or something like that, they need someone there. And and we're talking about some streets very close to the police department, they could walk to in 2 minutes. It takes them over 40 minutes to get there. So I don't know what to say. I myself have been by the PD and seen all vehicles at the PD. So I don't understand why community policing isn't being done more effectively. Those are my comments. I don't know if anyone else on the board has anything else to say. I guess not. Okay, that's it. Next item on the agenda is preliminary discussion of pool. What's the
Yeah.
The pool? Yes.
So I don't recall
Was that what that is?
this, and I'll pass this around to the board because it really won't show up very well on TV, is the schematic, when you guys did your renovations to the pool and updated the facilities up there, one of the issues was to potentially put in a separate building, which might then be either for covered courts or for other types of uses. If you've been up there recently and you've seen where we have the tennis courts, the tennis courts are in really poor shape, and we're probably at a point where we're gonna have to make a decision. Do we basically tear them up, resurface them completely? We're gonna patch them because there are significant cracks if you look at the playing surfaces. There are places that's not safe. So we're gonna spend some money just to make them safe. But you probably need to decide, do we want to continue with tennis and that type of activity there? We talked about community center. The schools talked about, early education, childhood education. This whole facility was built with the idea that it would share the other side of the current expansion would be a covered area that could be
Any number of other
any
things.
number of other activities, right? This one just shows it as two side-by-side basketball, volleyball type courts.
I know the courts are routinely flooded in the winter time for a skate park. I used to go up there myself to skate,
Right,
but that's probably having another additional impact on
not
the
helping the
surface.
surface.
No,
Right,
not at all.
but
Expansion, contraction.
the parking lot up there, the entire facility was laid out, really would support a building or a structure on the other side, if that's something that you'd like us to take a look at and just get a sense of, is that something worth pursuing? Is that of no interest to the board? And it was a good idea 20 years ago, but we're not interested
Of
today.
course, it's all town property. They
No, it's
built
not,
it.
it's
Is it?
village property.
No, it's village property, but they own the building on it, right?
Right.
So why are we being asked
We just,
about,
you just
Yeah.
apply,
because they're
like
gonna
water
do
sewer.
something, they probably would need our permission, I guess.
That's part of it.
Yeah.
Okay,
It's also part of the ongoing discussion about community centers and ARPA.
And the art, yeah,
Before I invest any real energy and, expend time and, get into this, I just wanted to get a sense from the board. Is this a waste of time? Is that something you'd be potentially interested in? It's something we should approach the school and say, does this make sense to look at a facility up here?
yeah, I mean, their $5 million idea, well, I'm sorry, you're on that board. $5 million for early education, right? What do they plan? What is the plan?
Well,
Build another building on,
I'm opposed to the plan.
I know you are.
I just think building a new building when we've got, 3 large buildings that have like 300 fewer kids in them
Mhm.
today than they had
Right.
20 years ago is pretty hard to explain to the public, as a
Yeah.
taxpayer. But I think that, one of the questions that I have is the utilization of the facilities. Is this getting a lot of use, the pool and the basketball courts and stuff like that, or?
The court's not as much because again, of the condition and it's just, these things come and go. People, I can tell you, people play more pickleball now than they play tennis, right? I mean, those things go in cycles. And pickleball might last
Now,
another
the tennis
5,
courts are
10
down
years.
over.
Yeah, but I'm talking about any kind of paved area, like. if
Yeah.
you're gonna
Basketball court.
Right, gonna redo them as some sort of court or. And then I've been asked by people, well, we really would love to have somewhere where we could walk indoors in the winter. So if you built this kind of facility, you could build a walking, indoor walking trail on
Walking
an
route,
outdoor
yeah.
facility and people could do laps. or
Walk in the
whatever.
winter and, Yeah.
walk in the winter and not be exposed to the snow and ice. So again, these are all just very basic ideas, but if we're gonna flush it out and see if it makes sense from an investment standpoint, I just wanted to get some feedback. I've not spoken to the select board, I've not spoken to the school board. I just was gonna start with this board just to get a sense of it and get your input.
I think talking to the schools, if they actually have more money to spend on that sort of thing, on this side of things like early education, if they were interested in that, although I know the idea that we have school systems that are not full now.
Right.
Should the school system consider building another building when they have useful space? But if instead they prefer to do is to branch out to an additional location besides the fact that the Central Elementary is overfull apparently. Or I guess, no, you already talked about that. These are they're spreading the second grades out because they're acting as though they're full. Central Elementary. Although I know the middle school is not full and the high school is not full. And there's a lot of other property there too. So,
How about Saxon River? I don't think that's what we.
and I don't know about Sax River, yeah.
One of the things that's happened is that the number of kids in each of the class keeps going down.
Yeah.
Down. And, you try to impose some kind of standards, it's very hard. But, I know at Central this coming year, we have one fewer class than we had last year.
Mhm.
So instead of 10 classrooms involved with, two sessions for all 5 grades, there's 9. They did move the early ed Bellows Falls program to the Central
Right.
Elementary. But I think in terms of, the discussions that have been going on have centered around early ed, an early ed facility and a facility for the superintendent.
Oh, right.
Okay, so not recreational.
Okay.
I think we have a lot of recreational facilities. I mean, the high school it's unbelievable how many active fields we have. Up
I know it's
there.
difficult for the rec programming to get onto the middle school or the high school courts because of just the practices and the teams and, trying to get that
Scheduling. Right.
scheduling. So it does become a challenge along those lines. I don't know.
It's true, but there's also, besides early education, there's also a community center, there's cultural center. I mean, there's all these other ideas that people had that came out of the ARPA sessions.
Right.
That could happen there. I don't believe myself that the rec center is functionally used at maximum capacity. It's not even,
I don't
it's
know.
not even
but I-
staff maximum capacity. So you have a whole day, but in many cases, only half day is at staff. So,
Been pretty busy this summer.
It's been-
Camps and.
but I don't know how busy that is. I can tell you that my son said they closed, the swimming was closed on particular days, so they couldn't get in, and that's a concern. So, and also the cost can be prohibitive for community members who are low income and can't afford to pay for a summer pass. But I also think it ought to break even, and it doesn't do that. It's always it's another thing that doesn't make money.
Right.
But adding additional programming, like, say, after school programs and youth programs and stuff could actually facilitate that. So I would be interested in seeing what the select board wants to do about it. I don't know if the village has the desire to add any funds to it. But like to see what they want to do. I mean, I think that the court should be renovated. I mean, I was thinking besides pavement, there are rubber substances that can be used for basketball courts that are much more efficient than pavement. So, but that's just my idea.
So I got a question, because I'm not clear on one thing. Who owns the tennis courts?
Well, the village
The
owns
town,
the property, but there's an agreement with town.
It handles everything. Right?
Town, Pardon
Yeah,
me?
they handle everything.
Yeah,
The pool, the courts,
Like when
Mosquito.
they built that bike pump track.
Oh, the pump track,
Remember
that's
they
town,
came-
yeah.
They came to the village and asked if they could.
yeah.
Right.
The only other thing,
So the town owns the tennis courts?
right, they
Oh, I think
own
that-
and maintain it.
Yes.
they own the structures and the facility. I guess
We
you
own
would say.
everything under it.
We own the land.
We
but
own the
they
Yeah.
land, yeah. And then we have, I believe, correct me, Scott, if I'm wrong, we have some type of agreement with the water with the pool.
We pay water, no, we pay for water and sewer.
Okay,
So I remember that came up upsettingly when they
Right.
had termites
yeah,
and had to redo all that, and was a lot of money to replace the water that was being lost. And we pay for the sewer up there. So that's our agreement. We get $1 a year.
Mhm.
That's the
Right.
agreement. And,
for 20 years of the whack or something.
yeah, something like that. Yeah, yeah. And then we pay for the water and the sewer. That's where we are on ownership.
Yeah, my feeling is that we have a lot of facilities that need maintenance before building something new, and without, if we're already facing staff shortages and not being able to fill programs, it's the question is, where are we trending, and are we gonna be able to, do we anticipate that we would then be able to staff it? Are we gonna have
Yeah.
it's already, a lot of families aren't able to afford what's being offered then until we have a shift. It's not gonna get less expensive by building something like this.
Right, but yeah,
It would be wonderful. I mean, there's no question. It would be
if the
an
youth
appealing
group, if,
thing.
the say for instance, the youth group were to move into there and to use it for after-school programs and stuff like that, there'd be staff.
Yeah.
Because they have to staff their program. So to staff their program, they'd be able to do other staffing issues inside the rec center. In the months when, God, Mr. Stutley is not available because he works at high school.
Right.
During the school year. So the summer programs might be full at the moment, but the fall and winter and into early spring will
It's
not
more-
be.
It's a
So,
little more haphazard than.
so if we utilize the building better
Mhm.
with availability for another group that needs a home. Because they've been using the, oh God, what's the name of it? The place right next to the Central Elementary as a housing
Parks Place.
location. Parks Place, but then just fell out of my head. As a nonprofit, they could use this space, which would give them more expanse. I've been in that building many times with my grandkids and stuff, and it's a tight space.
You're
It's
talking
a
about
home.
using the
Parks Place
existing
is-
building.
So instead of using Parks Place for the youth group, they could move into and be part of the rec center. which
there's
is-
additional concerns which are cost of operation, heating, electricity, janitorial,
That's all town.
upkeep, et
Yeah.
cetera. Well, I'm just
Yeah.
saying, there's something,
Right.
that's a factor.
I know, and it is something, I'm just saying, to consider it, to get the building used more efficiently
Right.
year round, 365, and maybe some financial contribution, because they get their nonprofit funding through
Yeah.
Parks Place. Youth group does, so that might contribute some funds for them to expand their programming and be able to participate in funds for the rec center. It's all, very preliminary. They talked once to the rec director. He wasn't very positive about it, but I think that that's an underutilized space and it needs something, and that would create an automatic type of staffing. Something,
But you're talking about with the existing.
building,
not
without
adding.
additional ads, but that's all to be considered.
Right. Now I got you.
Yeah.
So we haven't demonstrated that the existing building is bursting at the seams with.
Uh-uh.
Yeah, so, I mean, why would you expand it, would be my question.
I mean, the pool and lots of
Different
outside.
uses, right? In the summer, obviously, when you have summer camp and kids swimming, and then you've got families coming to use the pool. It's a different utilization than obviously in the winter, right, when you're just in that facility. It's a more limited kind of use.
And the hours are limited because school's in session.
Right.
So your director and staff it's not staffed well in the winter, so that would increase staffing. So you could also increase therefore programming. But that, of course, is just with what was existing now without going beyond that. But there's potential for going beyond that if the
Right.
town has the will.
Yeah, they didn't pursue this apparently in 2002 because it was just too much money to build the second piece, so.
That's why that looks so old, okay, now I get it.
Was that back in the,
2002, when did,
This was like
like, the
Rocky
pool came in
Lopez was-
2000,
was that the Lefty Lopez project?
Yeah.
Okay.
They were pushing for the bit, and then I think it got.
Came out of a
way down.
committee, a rec committee. that made
It
a
got
recommendation.
downsized quite a bit, right?
Yeah, it all came down to funding. There
Right.
just wasn't enough money.
now,
to-
when did the pool get put in? It was 2000. When was it dedicated by Bernie Sanders? Was it 2010, 2005?
That was the rec
The rec.
building, wasn't it?
No, yes, it was the rec building. When was that?
It was,
This is
And I would say that is
2020,
in,
2002.
because of the termites.
What's the
too.
date on that?
Been
February
redone, too.
2002
Yeah, I know.
is the. initial
February, the
stamp.
stamp date on that.
I would say the Bernie dedication thing was 2007, 2008,
Okay, all right,
something like
yeah,
that.
okay. So there's that, and then around 2015, was it? We needed to deal with the termites in the building and the pool. So that was done. And I guess
Well, anyway,
you have a sense of where we
see
are.
what
now.
the, see what
So I was
the,
looking forward
see
just
what
the
the select
sense.
board.
Yeah.
That's all.
Thank you.
What you said.
It was,
My sense is we'll be looking at other projects.
he's percolating that, yeah.
Yeah, that's all good.
That takes us to financials.
Yeah, so before I get to individual requests, there was some things that Jigs had asked and Alyssa had gone through, so I was just gonna go over it with everyone. So if you look at page 4 of 8 under the general fund,
I gotta pull my thing up here.
under
Okay.
the chief's salary. was
Mean
one of the-
47, I'm sorry.
one of the questions because we are overspent the salary line.
Yeah.
And there were two specific things. There was a vacation buyout as part of that, about 2,500. There was a 2% salary increase in that number, which is above where we were at budget. And then there was a accrued payroll, which is the end of the prior, that accrued into this year was another 1,500. When you put all that together, that's why you're at that 70,000.
We did not, are you saying that we did not budget for a 2% increase?
That
That
was,
was it?
at that time, we did not.
Okay.
This is page 4.
Page 4
of
of 7,
eight, Jace.
yeah.
So because it was specific to that salary. And the same, in the police department, we also had an accrued payroll issue as well, because that was on page 6 of 8. The difference there was again, an accrued payroll, which is why those two were over.
Oh,
Because,
yeah.
And then there was
that was for the,
one for the fire chief. and one
Fire
for
chief.
One for the police chief.
Right, police chief's on page 6 of 8, about halfway down the page.
Yep.
And that again is an accrued payroll, which is why that's over.
so it's like an extra pay period or something?
Right,
Okay.
that's 20, and then, right.
Why do you have 8 pages? Ours says 1 through 7.
I don't know, given the.
I don't
one that
know.
She printed out this afternoon, which might be different from yours.
Maybe that's probably why. Okay.
Yeah.
So our paperwork would say fire chief on 4, police chief on 5.
Yes.
Okay.
And then if you look at the next page after that, so I'm looking at specifically the transfer to the capital fund, so it's at the bottom of the page.
Oh, that's on 7 of
70,000.
7, yeah. Yep. 70,000.
Right. So you had a vote, remember in June, we were moving 50,000 from surplus to capital to do some of those projects that we talked about with some of the,
Right.
some of the issues in the building.
Mhm.
In fiscal year 20, you had an article that was approved, but the money was never carried into the actual budget. So that was 2 budget cycles ago.
Oh, yep.
So that's why that was off, but that's why you see the $70,000 number. So 20,000 was from the article and the building improvements article, which was Article 5.
Yep.
And then this 50,000 was your vote in June.
And it was all for the public safety building.
It's all for that building.
It's all for that building?
Yeah,
Yes,
because we got one that's 2 years old.
correct.
Yeah.
Okay. So I thought in our budget, we set up an accrual for police vehicle.
This had nothing to do with vehicles. These were building improvements.
Yeah, 50,000.
Correct.
So I thought we budgeted, oh, wait a minute, maybe it's in the.
You're thinking the 25,000, which accrues from year to year
Right.
for vehicle replacement. That's a
Right.
different number.
That's a different
That's
line.
not the capital expenditures, right?
Correct. That's where that 70,000 came from, Jigs, those two transactions.
Okay.
One that you approved at the end of the, your June meeting.
And
the
one was
second
from the voters approval,
was a
FY
voter
20.
voter article that never got budgeted appropriately,
Okay.
that we were catching up to.
and we know why. Okay.
So anyway, so with that as a background, then just wanted to catch everybody up to that, because those were specific questions that had already come up. So
Okay, so good. That's right.
there are questions from sewer. I could not follow up with Rob because we're missing a couple of our revenue targets and also a couple of our targets on our reimbursements from Walpole. And what I believe the differences are on those are when he does a true up bill, so he will bill them the 4 billing cycles, which is based on his
Oh,
estimated.
projections, yeah.
And then when he comes, he'll do a true up bill. And typically when that true up bill is finished, he'll hit all of those targets. So that's why you're seeing a little bit of a funding gap in that year-end number under the sewer department.
Yeah, I
We're
mean,
missing revenues by
Are we
about,
gonna true that up before we close the books?
yes, he's
Okay.
working on that now. So,
Do you have an anticipated date of closure, what, August or so, or September?
no, we'll close. We'll probably do a hard close by the beginning of August.
Okay,
Yeah. So,
So those 3 bond payments from Walpole are, you think are waiting for one more
right,
payment?
we'll do a true up bill,
Okay.
which will then
That'll help-
basically bring
that'll
us
help the
to,
sewer.
right.
yeah, well,
On your overall budget, just looking at and again, this is not a final number, just as a number, right? We're still, when you look at your total expenditures and our general fund specifically, we'll have an $18,000 surplus roughly.
Yeah.
And we already have a $662,000 fund balance, so you're gonna be looking at a $680,000 fund balance at the close of the fiscal year. So, as we go into budget discussions for next year, that number is well above our 20% threshold, and we need to think about how you might want to
leave it.
offset that.
Is that 662? What remains after the 50 grand that we
Yeah,
Yes.
voted on last time?
Yes,
so,
yeah,
so we're in a much better position than we were a few years ago. We had what, less than $20,000.
You're-
I'm
you're-
not saying, I know, it's more than we're
Yes.
supposed to have.
I mean, I don't think you ever want to our goal is try to be consistent, so you don't want to tax people to the point where, you build up these ridiculous surpluses and people are frustrated and aggravated.
Yeah,
So I think that performance-wise, we're pretty close to on target with our, current year budget. The issue I think we're gonna have to really talk about is how do you want to effectively use that?
Use some of that,
surplus
sir.
right.
And not,
Could benefit the taxpayer. There's a lot
lots of
benefits.
benefits to that, lots of opportunities to
Yeah.
that.
Sure.
So,
Now, it looked like the water fund had a surplus of like 130,000.
I think, yes, I think for his year-end performance, I'm looking for
This
the
is
numbers
the-
I talked to. Yeah,
This is page 4 of 7,
Okay,
right.
water fund. 139.
Mhm.
Which actually would. We don't have balance sheets, but
No.
obviously, their cash position is very strong on the water.
Mhm.
Right, which is again, one of the things is we're talking about these capital expenses. It's something we're gonna have to take a look at.
Right.
And probably, if we do a fairly large project on Griswold Drive, my recommendation would be use some of that surplus,
Yeah. for
some
sure.
grant funds and
Yeah,
try to minimize that impact on ratepayers.
right.
Sewer's in a little different cash position.
Different cash position.
Yeah.
Improving, I think, we had that goal, we had talked about sort of bringing ourselves to even and then eventually then becoming better than break even, and I think we're pretty close this year to that break even, and then, going forward, I think we'll be in a better cash position.
Well, if those bond payments come in from Walpole, we'll be in a
We'll actually show a slight
Get better.
surplus. Yeah,
Mhm.
positive position.
which is, again, sort of where we talked about trying to be at the end of the budget year.
Right.
So, all in all,
I was septic running, is it still? I mean, it seems like that,
it's,
we obviously beat the budget by
it's
100,000.
strong, it's not leveling off, but it's not growing
Not growing.
as much as the last 3 years.
Mhm.
But I think the last 3 years, we saw a 5 and 10% increase in volume per year.
Yeah.
I think if we see a 1 or 2% increase for next year, that's probably more along the lines of where we're gonna be. It has not declined.
Yeah.
And
Well, in this budget, we're gonna get hit with, particularly electric rates are going up because of the price of gas and oil.
Mhm.
And,
yeah, the winter
so
might be
we're
a
gonna-
challenge.
We're
for
gonna
us.
take a hit, to some extent
Yeah.
in those areas.
When was the last time we increased the cost of septic for people to dump it?
We did that, we didn't do it in the fall, we did it prior spring.
Uh-huh.
We changed the rate in that spring. And then we left everything alone in the fall.
Okay,
We left
so,
everything alone
2020.
this spring, and we talked about, we'll look at it again this fall.
and we should, I think, I
Right.
mean, we're using the sludge dryer, we're processing our own materials.
Right.
It's costing us more electricity.
And we'll really have to take a hard look at our numbers in the
Yeah.
fall and come to you with
And
recommendations.
and a comparison was done to see what other areas who do that are charging. I mean, we were less expensive, but just the ones not cutting off our
Right.
noses by their face.
So by next fall, you would not have had an increase in the rate for almost 18 months at that point.
So we might consider.
So
doing
at
that.
some point, you can't, we ran into that before where we went too many years without an increase, and all of a sudden they wanted 30% and
Yeah.
everybody was upset. That's
Okay.
never, it just makes people angry when you do that.
Yes, it's better. if
They
it's
forget about the
gradual.
years when you're even or flat, and then they see that 20% and that makes people crazy.
Yeah.
So rightfully so.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
any other questions on financials at this point? Hearing none, we move on to review agenda items for our next meeting, which will be August 16th, 2022. Probably have some things that'll come back to us anyway.
Right. Well, I can't recall anything off the top. of my head.
When's the tax sale back on?
We'll have that on to
Joint
discuss
board.
at the joint board in September.
Yeah.
As well as we'll have a presentation from the engineers from VHB about the project on Depot. And also, we're hoping to have an update from the fire equipment committee. We're working on some things. And hope to have some updates. We have to have another committee meeting, probably late August, early September, and then have a follow-up with the joint boards at the end of September. So there's a few items we're working on.
At the Board of Civil Authorities, we abated taxes and other stuff for 3 properties.
Which I disagree, everyone, yeah.
And Deborah voted against them. And what we said, the point that was raised was that, take, for example, 10 and a half Church Street, which is burned and stuff. And the town abated $7,700 worth of taxes, and fees, Bellows Falls abated $1,951.
Mhm.
And it sounded like, we know that they might lease the 66 Atkinson Street. There apparently is some interest in selling this property, this 10.
10 and a
10
half.
And the other one was,
Oh, was that the one on, is it
Barker.
Barker Street, the building that burned up Barker Street?
So we abated some money on that. And
Both of which are potential.
so the question was,
Okay.
what we said was that if there's a recovery, we'd like to get our pro rata share of the
Right.
recovery.
That was the gentleman agreement.
Yes, the gentleman
But you
agreed.
know what that's worth, so.
Well, but I think we ought to bring it up at the joint
No, joint board
board
meeting, and we should, because,
Yeah,
but
and
the possibility is we will never see that money, which is why I said no. But okay,
Well, I mean, it was gonna.
I think it's up for
pass anyway.
I know it was just me alone.
So I would like to, I'd like to put that on that
Definitely.
agenda.
Actually, I think Wade said no.
Wade voted against.
Yeah,
I did.
so yes, the gentleman's agreement, which should be revisited in September, the joint meeting.
But the attitude of the trust of the select board, I thought was pretty positive
Mhm.
about that.
Oh, yeah.
You need to keep in mind that the certain criteria that it can be abated. If the fire falls into that category, that criteria, you can't really deny an abatement either.
Oh, no, this was different. This was basically to clear the,
For the books.
Clear the
But
books.
it wasn't the owner asking for the abatement. Well, I'm sorry, it was, the owner was town, and I had an issue, it was an issue with the town abating their own taxes.
the town is the owner of all three.
Yeah,
Yeah, I'm sorry, I was able to make that
Yeah.
point.
but that was the deal, it's like they own all the properties, they abated their own taxes. I just didn't like.
Yeah.
It's just like government, so. Okay, so maybe we will see something when that gets done.
Yes.
So did anyone else have anything about the next meeting or the next joint board meeting? Not right now.
Is that the 16th, the second or third Tuesday?
The first is a Monday, so,
That's a look. I
I think it must be the third Tuesday?
I don't know.
Yeah, because the following
Yes,
Monday
it
is
is
the
the third,
9th, so it's the
16th.
third,
Because
yeah.
on our website, it says our summer meetings are on the second Tuesdays.
Yeah, this
I
is
know,
the-
and it's
they're
not,
scheduled
yeah,
for the
that didn't get
third.
fixed,
This
yeah.
is the third and that.
Yeah, for the summer schedule, we're on the third, and the select board's on the second, is that correct?
Well, they have their meeting on the 9th because they're doing the
Oh.
meeting house meeting on the 9th, remember?
Right.
So we moved ours to the
Oh.
16th
Right, okay,
because they have that.
that's right,
That's how
and,
we're-
They need a
and this
meeting
last
house.
meeting they had on the second Tuesday instead of the first
Right.
Tuesday because of
Right.
July 4th.
So it's a little convoluted.
Ooh, all right,
But if I remember correctly, it does say on the website that.
it does say
it's
second,
the
yeah,
Tuesday.
I know.
I think
It's
the
not-
dates though are on the revised,
I like
the calendar that you guys approved has the specific dates on the website.
It does.
It does, but
It does.
the general
The general.
notice
general
is
one
second
might-
Tuesday, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so if you have any ideas about items for the agenda, you can get them to me or to Scott, or both of us. Let's see, our next item would be to review and approve the orders, bills and warrants. Need a motion for
I'll
that?
move approval.
Seconded.
Okay, any discussion on those? Okay, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay. We do have a brief executive session.
Right.
We would come out to make a motion to do that, so I can take the notes if we need to do that. So in fact, doesn't need to stay here for that if they don't wish. But we will come back out.
About
So
other
move-
business.
But, excuse me, I'm gonna cover that. I just want to make sure that people are aware, Fact TV and so on and so forth is aware that we will be having that after other business. So Scott, other business,
No, nothing.
Wade,
Yep. Just the first two items I've already mentioned to Brian and the manager one earlier, but I just wanted to pass along that I had a request for maybe the sidewalks in Morgan's Field to get looked at, because over the last several years, they've accumulated dirt and debris and grass, and they need to be re-edged and cleaned up, like Steuben Street. I can't name all the streets, but basically up there. So I pass that along to them for their request, and
Okay.
they're aware of that. And also, I also pass along a question that I had from a citizen about the water line coming from Pleasant Street down to the tomb.
Yeah.
Towards Gageville, that the trees there should maybe be addressed, so, or removed or whatever, before they get too big, before they do any future damage to
Damage.
the underground water line.
Okay, and who'd you pass it? Did you pass them on to?
Brian and the manager.
I'm assuming one of them will call the tree warden and I'll go take a look.
We don't know whose property that is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's gonna need some research, right? Yeah.
And the last thing, I just was curious, I was gonna ask the manager if you heard anything, any movement on the sale of the cruiser. The old cruiser.
No, I'll follow up on that. There was something and I don't remember now what it was.
They
So-
sold it?
I believe they have, but they haven't picked it up yet, and there was some.
That's
reason-
right. Yes, I still steady.
It's still sitting there.
Yeah, I was just curious. If
Yeah, so I'll follow up with the.
I knew the last time we talked about it, they were still waiting to get stuff transferred over or something out of that.
Everything's out of it, so there was something with them picking it up.
So what did we get for?
I forgot. Was it 4?
No, it was more than that.
It was? Maybe
Yeah.
7.
I think it was in the sevens.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Well, that's what we got for the last one.
Last one. yeah.
for the last one. Yeah.
Same collector.
It was it? Yeah, right.
I'll follow up with Dave and get you an update.
I'm just
because,
curious.
Yeah.
Just page 7.
Sorry.
Was that you all set? Wait, Jigs,
I'm good.
okay. Second,
We're good.
All set.
all right. The only thing I would say is it's been really hot despite the storm we had last night and power outage on the south side of the village. Which I experienced.
You get the tornado warning on your phone?
No, I
No.
did not.
Oh,
That's okay. I sat on the porch, played cards and with a candle because that's all we could do. No power. But didn't last early. No big deal. And but just to be careful, those who have trouble breathing and elderly and that sort of thing, to try and stay in. I know that the library at least is one point for people to go if you need to get AC, if you don't have it sufficient at home, and there's probably some other places in town, I just don't know. But try to stay in and avoid the heat. It was really pretty severe today, and it's supposed to be maintained that for the next few days. So it's somewhere in the vicinity of the same temperature, so just be careful. Let's see, our executive session, you have the card, would you like to?
I move that the board enter executive session to discuss the appointment or employment or evaluation of a public official or employee pursuant to 1 VSA 31383,
Okay, and to include. the
and to
manager.
include the manager.
I Need a second for that?
Second.
Okay. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Do we just, only one motion is needed for that?
Only
one?
one.
Okay, so there. We will be coming back out, but I don't know that we will reconnect. It'll be brief and
I'm gonna try to stop the video and then restart.
let's see if we can do that.
Right,
If we can't, there'll be minutes taken of that.
right. So I'm gonna
Thank you.
muting it and we'll try to.
7:35.
Howell's back.
And let's see if we got. Okay. Just want to check with Fact. Fact,
Yeah.
do you have audio? I can see video. I just want to make sure you've got us back on audio. Not paying attention.
Probably not.
Oh, he's muted.
Betsy or?
How about Betsy? or-
Betsy, anybody?
Susan?
Susan, can you hear us? We're back out of executive session. Anyone?
Huh.
Is there any sign of intelligent life in the universe? Oh,
It is-
there's Betsy.
Me.
I
We
guess
hear
that's-
you.
Thank you so much.
Take me to your leader, yeah.
That'll work.
Okay, all right, so we're back on and it is now 8:02. We're out of executive session and I need a motion. Someone,
I'll make a motion that the village pay the manager, Scott Pickup, a retention bonus of $5,000.
Seconded.
okay? All right, is there any further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? And now that, we're all set, okay? And that concludes our business for today. I need a motion to adjourn,
So we'll.
okay? All right, all those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, we're out. Thank you very much and have a good night.
Not
Did you
everyone-
guys get to sign the warrants?
Yes.
Yeah.
Recording